All right, here we go. We should be back at it. Ooh, it's Friday. Y'all know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. All right, we are back at it. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show. Make sure y'all tap in to the patreon.com/ClassEbeats. The link is in the description as well as in the pinned comment in the chat. Appreciate everybody who's in here. Hopefully y'all are doing this well on Friday morning. We made it, y'all. We made it, and we are kicking off day 8 today of the Carrie Reed trial. It's going to be interesting. We got a lot to get into. Man, this is part 3. Can y'all believe it, of Jen McCabe's testimony? Man. Hopefully they're paying that lady well. We'll have to wait and see. But before we get into it, I gotta say what's up to the people, man. Shout out to everyone who's in here. We've got my awesome, amazing Amy is in the building. You know what time it is. Les Cleaver's in the building. Libby22 SC Girl, A Fitz, J Buckmaster, Maricela. We've got Slim Life, New Jersey is up in here. Libby22 SC Girl is in the building as well. Tay Toon back at it. We got Wendy is in here as well. Good morning, good morning, good morning. CPE is in the building. And I know there's a couple more of y'all in here as well. Court is already in session, so we're gonna go ahead and get right into it. But I'm gonna get to some super chats and ask you guys a major favor before we get started. If you could, please make sure you like the video. Not only is it free, but it is the #1 way you can support the channel. It takes less than a second for y'all to like the video, so if you could go ahead and do that. Not only does it take less than a second, but it does let the algorithm know that you guys are enjoying the show, and it shares the video and the channel out with more people. So if y'all could take a chance to do that, I would appreciate it. Let me go ahead and get to a couple of these super chats, and then we'll get started with the show. My dog Les Cleaver is in here. You know what time it is. He said it's a wet. Thank God it's Friday here in Arkansas. Les, what you getting into? Shout out to Les Cleaver. He says, I pray your day is blessed and full of love and happiness. God bless you all, CEB family. Amen and amen. Shout out to my guy, Les Cleaver. And then he drops the 10 bomb. Les is showing major love this morning. He says, you're watching the best YouTube channel ever. You heard it here first. Thank you, ClassE and Amy and the CEB family. Now, you all like the video. Takes a second. God bless and have a great weekend. Thank you all. Shout out to Les Cleaver showing major love up in here. Oh, welcome back, Green Eyes. Good to see you. Shout out to Green Eyes back in here again as well. We got CPE in here with the 5 bomb. Says happy Friday in the building. I hope everyone had a great week. Got everything completed that you needed to, and we'll have a great weekend. Same thing to you, CPE, and thank you for being here. Thank you for the love and support that you show. I'm going to watch War Games this weekend, CPE, so hold me to that. If you see me here on Monday, I haven't watched War Games, I'm going to be in trouble, all right? We've got Slim Life New Jersey in here with the 10 bomb. Dang! Says, happy Friday. Much love to you all, ClassE. Amy, thanks for all that you do. Let's go, AJ. We've got AJ back up in here, and he's going to take some more shots at Jennifer McCabe's testimony. We left off on Wednesday at a very key point. He was focusing and honing in on, I hit him, and the consistency about that, because it's important what Carrie Reed said here. Did she say, I hit him, or did Carrie Reed say, I think I hit him, I might have hit him, I could have hit him? And that's what AJ is going is getting at Jennifer McCabe about. We're going to see if he continues to go down that same line here. We're going to get into it in a second. I'm sure he will, because he started to get some of the answers that he wanted out of Jennifer, but still she was holding back some. We've got Rachel Hart's in the building. Good morning. Shout out to Samson in the building too. Good to see you. Love is back in here. We've got the Honorable Attorney Kel Bell is in the building. He says, morning, everyone. I agree with Les. Definitely. This is definitely my favorite channel. Shout out to the Honorable Attorney Kel Bell. I appreciate you. That means a lot for real. We've also got Trisha in here, has been a member for 4 months. Oh my goodness. Says happy Friday, everyone. ClassE, your content is top tier. Yeah. Hey, y'all gotta stop gassing me up, man. my ego is already all the way up here, man. Y'all gotta chill out. Best YouTube channel ever. My goodness. You continue to deliver. Keep it up. I love it here. Shout out to Trisha. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a member. Yo, y'all gotta chill with this best YouTube channel ever compliments. I can't take too much. I'm already unbearable as it is. All right, we're going to go ahead and get into it. Oh my goodness. And I did not change the headline. See, slacking off already. I got to earn my title as the best YouTube channel. So we're going to go Karen retrial day 8. And y'all know who it is. We've got Jennifer McCabe back on the stand. All right. Again, if y'all haven't yet, please make sure you like the video. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Trial. All right. Good morning again, counsel.
It's Judge Bev.
Good morning again. Good morning, jurors. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Beverly Canoni.
Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left?
Stop the cap.
Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow
Y'all believe
the
him?
instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes
Stop
and
the
nodded
cap.
affirmatively. Did
No
anyone
way.
happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their head.
Stop the cap.
So today is a full day.
You know, everyone in the bar is going to be talking about it.
3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
All right, here we go. Jennifer versus AJ. It's about to get good. How's the sound, by the way, y'all? I tried to fix the sound today. Let me know if it's good. Oh, we got to get the sidebars up there too. How many sidebars do y'all think we'll have today? There's Karen. And the one black person in Canton. Y'all saw her walk by there.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury and the
There she goes again.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
I'm out
Thank
of
you, Your
sync a
Honor.
little bit.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right.
Okay, good. Good morning,
I
y'all.
just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783.
Let me know how many sidebars we got today.
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, 'Where are you?' And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello." Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically that.
You don't remember.
Those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of
Shout out to Mary Sil.
2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Same page.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th,
Show it to her.
2023, correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
She swore.
Question again, Mr.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
Jeez. Come on, AJ, you got this, man.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
Here we go.
You've been asked about
Morning, Rhonda.
with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February
Swore.
1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously.
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning.
Maybe you can
correct?
refresh her
Okay,
memory.
My question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
He said no swipes all around.
Thank you.
For real, though.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
You know what you said, Jennifer. Stop playing. Yeah, Steven, it's getting bad. I'm not gonna lie, Judge Bev is starting to show her bias. Steven said, I've been watching your show during the day. This judge is outrageous. I'm starting to see it, y'all. Starting to see it.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation
Joe.
on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
Who's Tom?
No one answered. Yes.
Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
Oh, who called it? Who was that said? Who was that said we would have a sidebar in the first 15 minutes? Shout out to Jay Buckmaster in here. Called it. We've been going for it. How long? Let's see, 23, 10 minutes. You called it, Jay. You called it. All right, while we got this sidebar, let me read our sidebar. Excuse me. We don't pronounce R's during this trial. Shout out to Mary Sella with the 5 bomb. Says for the one black person in Canton. We got to find out who this lady is. She should receive or have some type of medal or something. And she's an officer. Shout out to her. I don't know. We got to interview her or something and find out what it's like to be the only black person in Canton, Massachusetts. Thank you for that, Mary Sella. And we got my guy, Stephen G from Down Under. He says, nothing, just showing some love. And then he shows some love again. Uh-oh. And then he shows some more love. Steven, did you accidentally hit that super chat button 3 times? You might have. If you did, hey, I appreciate it. If you did it on purpose, I appreciate it even more. Thanks for being here, Steven. I know you're in a different time zone, but I appreciate you tapping in. And Steven always says he watches sometimes when we're not live. So thanks for being there, Steven. We've also got Shauna in here again. Dropping the 10 bomb. Appreciate you, Shauna. Thank you for the 10 bomb. Again, just showing love. Y'all showing some major support. I appreciate it. Also, if you could, can y'all share out the video? It really does help out the channel a lot. And along with y'all liking the video. So if y'all could share that out, I would appreciate it. And shout out to Jay, man. He called it. Peter Ortiz is in the building. The one that is the only, well, one of 2 people. I think Love 444 and Peter are on the lock Karen Reed's ass up. He says, ClassE, hey, you said that you believe the woman called as a witness has nothing to do with John's murder. I think Jennifer McCabe didn't have anything to do with it. I think she just knows more than she's letting on, for sure. Definitely for sure. Shout out to Jay Buckmaster. He needs to get a prize or something. All right, we're going to keep it going. I do have a little bit of delay, but I wanted to get those super chats in there and show some appreciation for everybody who goes the extra mile. So thank y'all. The court officer said none of y'all are coming to the cookout. She's at the cookout by herself and she's in Canton. Dang. Danny in real life has been a member for 4 months. It says happy Friday. Had to sneak that one in there. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate you. AJ's back at it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about
Thank
who
you, Nana
called
Banana.
and who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The
about?
day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
She doesn't remember what she said.
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't
you.
remember this.
She's asking what you
I
said.
don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question.
Yeah, overruled.
Questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and
Stop
the 29th.
looking at the jury.
I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Okay, so basically what she's saying is, I reserve the right to change my story, Mr. Jackson. So yeah, I might have said it back then, but now I'm telling you what I remember at this point. Okay.
Yeah, Roach.
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell
transcript.
Mr. Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189. Thank you.
Shout out to Virginia. Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh your, I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
She said, I'll look at it, but I'm telling you a different story today, so I don't care. I don't care what I said back then. This is amazing. If I said it back then, oh well. I reserve the right to lie, says James. Exactly.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's a great way to put it.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. if you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom
Come
Beatty.
on
the
now.
answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done?
Wow.
Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
What is she saying?
Let's move on.
I'm trying, all right.
He's trying. She's not answering the question.
Questions about who you contacted that morning. At the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty. Correct.
Correct.
Every judge is different. Some judges allow them to go
And that's
on.
exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well.
To me, it's
Karen
non-responsive.
Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty.
I'm not a
that right?
lawyer.
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
Oh my
It's in your
gosh.
phone records that you're
What?
aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call.
How does she
at
not remember
5:07
that?
To Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours. Correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Ah, here we go. She's getting defensive. Where's Amy at? Amy, why is she being defensive? Body language experts in here. The profiler. Amy, what is happening here? Why is she being so defensive? She's just relax, lady. All you're here to, these witnesses, you're not on freaking trial. Just tell the truth. Come on, man.
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that
This is day 3.
is nefarious, and I
Part
feel
3,
like you're
Peter.
insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's
No.
without 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Yikes. She messed up.
Later that morning of January 29th, but by the way,
Yeah, Jen's not making herself look good.
you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
She called so they could get their stories
Later
together.
that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She
no way to
told
verify
you
that.
She wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Interesting.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning
Interesting.
the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection.
Interesting.
He indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike back.
What's the objection?
You also told.
Okay, can we come to second?
There's number 2. Number 2, and shout out to Amy, our resident body language expert up in here. She said licking her lips or touching her mouth are signs of self-soothing and nervousness, etc. Liars do that. Come on, Jen. Let me get a couple more of these super chats in here. I got these in here. Shout out to Nana. Banana has been a member for 5 months. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Nana. 5 months? Wow. So you were here with us for YSL. Shout out to Nana, has been a member since the YSL days. We've got Virginia Wiley in here with the 2 bomb, says, ClassE, you are the best. Oh my goodness. Keep pressing everyone. Y'all gotta chill with these compliments, man. Dang. Oh my goodness. I'm loving it. And then Kara Hampton over there, always showing support. She's in here every single day showing some love. Shout out to Kara with the 5 bomb and the super sticker. Thank y'all so much. And I appreciate everyone who's liked the video so far too. We got half a band of y'all in here. If you guys could, make sure you like the video. It takes less than a second. It's free and it really does help us out. All right, here we go. We back. Uh-oh.
May I? Sure. Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now. Mm-hmm. What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor?
I see you talk on Tuesday.
Freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
Is that true, Jen?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
I wish they would let them have
Of course,
those.
that drive back to
That's
One
tough.
Meadows would have been 5:30ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle.
I agree. They
Correct.
should have had a different judge.
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like. Mm-hmm. And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked, and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually
Carrie
said
said
is
the same,
we got
said
out
that it was
at
broken
John's
too.
house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it, and it was cracked, and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Yeah, that was
Sure.
a weird question.
Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what
That's
you're
not,
testifying to today.
that's not what he asked
We're all
you.
aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you
Gosh.
is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
Jeez, man, come on. He said we can do this all day. Come on, AJ.
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Hmm.
Thank you.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat, you and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked right at the station.
All right,
Asked to approach.
sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you.
It's the one from the 29th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
It's a good question, Peter. Why would she lie? I don't know.
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat.
I mean, okay. To Peter's point, Peter said, why would she lie? Is she a murderer? To that point, when you're a witness, there's credible witnesses and there's non-credible or uncredible witnesses, right? So let me just ask you this, Peter, and to everyone who's asking this question. Does it make her seem more or less credible that she's changing her testimony? Again, this should be a simple question. Let me know what y'all think.
With me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, it's marked.
Oh, sure.
It's a big case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document
I-
away from you. I apologize.
That's okay, I didn't know.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll
one,
just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize
Changing your
this
testimony
text,
is never good.
I do, yes.
and you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute, please?
We got 3 already. Oh my goodness. Judge Bev, AJ just keeps turning up the heat and Judge Bev keeps cooling him down. Peter says, Peter, I love you, man. Peter says, a witness changing up their testimony makes them more credible. Peter. Come on, man. Peter, you're better than this. Peter says it makes her more credible because she admits to things on both sides of the issue. Oh, Peter. Come on, man. Peter, you got to be objective at some point. Also, shout out to Peter with the 10 bomb. He says, when I was taking courses on interviews and body language, yes, licking of lips and smacking can be a sign of stress and deception. Also, it's only 50% accurate for a tell. Calm down, ClassE. Listen, I'm just listening to the professionals. I'm listening to the experts. They say it shows something that it shows. Amy says it shows something that it shows. I'm going to believe her. So it is what it is. And shout out to Shauna with the 20 bomb. Oh my goodness. She says leaving for chemo. Be back in a couple hours. Hopefully Jen will be off the stand by then. Shauna, you see how much she is cooperating here, or the lack thereof. I think it's going to be a minute. All right. And we're praying for you, Shauna. Thank you for letting me know. She says she's dealing with thyroid that's metastasis to the stomach. Okay. We're definitely going to be praying for you too. And hopefully your chemo appointment goes smooth. Shout out to Shauna in here. Always giving back and showing love. I know that's not a fun thing that you're dealing with. And we'll continue to keep you in our prayers on the daily. All right. I appreciate you. Let's go ahead and skip ahead through this side-by. We're losing all of our delay because Judge Bev is just, I don't know what she's doing right now. Come on, Kanoni. Read it and understand.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes.
We have some text messages here, it looks like.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic
She said nope.
communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must
God.
first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right. So now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to... There we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Why doesn't she just tell him he's free to approach?
You're welcome.
Why does he have to keep begging?
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that...
Make it large.
We'll take one bubble at a time.
Enlarge it.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe,
Enlarge it.
does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it is.
That's Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes.
This is a weird text message. I'm not gonna lie. I want to see how Peter, anyone who's pro Commonwealth, how do y'all feel about this text message? Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple. Why? Why would she need to keep it simple? This is weird.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Wilk, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
This is from her sister.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Why would you?
Next text, please.
I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on this. Y'all are going to get annoyed with me. Why would you say that? Hey, talked to the cops and kept it simple. Yeah, there's no way they're going to figure it out. Like, what is going on here? That's a weird text. That's a
Do you
super
see a
weird
response from your
text.
sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
Oh my.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't they
But
want to
I'm holding
text about it?
Another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
I'm going to open a bar in Massachusetts and it's going to be called Side Bar. The Side Bar. I'm going to the waterfall or the Side Bar. There probably already is one. If not, boy, that is a missed opportunity. Exactly. Well, I say I don't want to text about it in the text message. I would just pick up the phone and call them. He said it's going to be beside Cheers. Yep, for sure. Am I going to invite Diddy and Shannon? Oh, no. Shannon can come. Diddy, I think he's tied up right now. Amy said, welcome to Sidebar. Side dishes and side bishes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Stand for just a second.
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked. Just
Okay.
a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
If you could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you
February
want the top
1st,
one, the
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Bryan?
Please.
Okay. Yes, that can come into evidence. 48.
She is not asking the prosecution if they want to object. This is crazy.
Oh, can I?
You guys still want to object to
Sure, it's
this?
the same
Okay, I got you.
instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using the fake statement.
I don't understand that
Court's
instruction,
permission to
but
publish.
I'll let it
please.
go.
Yes.
I'm not a lawyer.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. C.F. McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell him the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Guys, what the hell is going on? I'm going to let it play out. They're getting coached on what to say to the police. Why? Why? And why wouldn't they just get an attorney if they're worried about that? Why even talk to the police at all? Tell them the guy never went into the house?
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house.
Why?
Correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
Yeah, I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Why wouldn't you just say,
Yes.
tell the
Where
truth?
Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but it
Yeah.
meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please.
Hold on, I gotta rewind this a second, y'all. So that was
Correct?
Yes.
Brian
text,
told
please.
them that. No, that wasn't Brian.
Okay.
Brian said exactly.
The guy
That was Matt.
never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
That is crazy.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but it
Yeah.
meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please.
This is crazy.
Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text That was from whom, one more time?
My sister Nicole.
This does not look
It's
good.
from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text.
Why would
started-
he say that?
or
I don't-
did the
that's
first
weird.
text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
This is wild.
Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please.
We're going over
Who's
the
this from?
timeline.
To?
This is from Brian
Wow.
to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
Wow.
Who is this text from and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
That's
Who
crazy.
was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
Yeah, why would they be? I don't know. Maybe they were just trying to protect
is this
themselves.
from and
I
who
don't know.
to?
This is weird.
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
This is interesting. I mean, again, it could be as simple as they were just trying to protect themselves to make sure what happened to John didn't get blamed on them. So again, it's a little strange, but it also makes sense because if they didn't know what happened at the time, they want to make sure they're in the position to where the fingers don't get pointed at them. I can kind of see it, but still, it's weird.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed for the phone.
Yes.
Then later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No.
I'm sorry, not Michael.
Sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
Of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others
They
on
were
the text
stressing.
stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Talking about her talking.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
No, not the basketball
Indicating that
game.
he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
No, Blue Lives Matter, man. All right.
That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Support
the
our
last
police
text?
officers over
Yes,
here.
it is.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among
I agree,
just the people
Samson.
on the text string, correct?
I just
need-
was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not
We need our
expect
good
when
police
you were
officers.
writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Sidebar. Judge Bev's not feeling it. We're gonna skip through this one. Actually, hold on. I got some more super chats to read real quick. I promise y'all, we'll be quick and we'll get back into it. Where did I leave off? Here we go. Peter Ortiz in the building. He's Team Commonwealth over there. He's showing love with the 10 memberships. If you got a membership from my guy Peter, make sure you say thank you, man. Peter has been showing major support in here and giving me all kinds of shit in the chat too. Love you being here, Peter. Thank you for the support. My guy Stephen G from Down Under says nothing. He's just showing love with the 3 bomb. And then Peter also says with the 5 bomb, my goodness. He said, ClassE, even though we disagree on this issue, I'm right. All right now. I love your hard work and the ClassE family. Thank you to Peter. And he doesn't stop there. He drops another 20 bomb. This guy is over here showing major love. Shout out to Peter and shout out to Shauna, the sponsors of today's show. Thank y'all for the support and everybody else who's sending in super chats too. All right, let's get through this sidebar. I appreciate y'all. I will be continuing to read super chats as we go throughout the show. Oh, it's number 3? Why did I think it was sidebar number 4? All right, so this is number 3. My bad. Shout out to Amy for helping me out over there. Y'all like the video if you could, please. Thank you. I see you, Peter.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The 4 of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
Correct.
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Whose chair is that?
Yes, we both put
Is it a
down
dog toy?
what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium.
Interesting.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, you're doing great, Jen. A lot better than yesterday.
Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I don't...
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you provided any
Objection was the
records
fire truck.
and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I
Hearsay.
don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi
Is
off.
Carrie
and then I
there?
went home. I'm.
Or who's she
I don't
looking
know
at?
Time. Maybe
She's looking over
afternoon.
to somebody.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brenner on your way up.
Show my buddy Brenner, please.
Take your time. Mr. Jones is going to review that document. I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show my co-counsel Brennan.
Do you recognize the document?
I
there?
see
Has
Gail
it been
Bell.
marked yet?
That's
I'm
funny.
sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So
That's
Madam
funny.
Court reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
Mock it.
For identification. Thank you.
Mock.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Her paramour.
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms.
Oh my gosh. Here we go. Now that's number 4, I believe. The 4th sidebar today. And we're going to lose all of our delay today. We were doing good with delays. Hold on. Let me double check and make sure. I think I got the last super chat, so we should be good. Shout out to Peter up in here, man. All right. We'll keep it going. Number 4. So it looks like Team 0 to 4. Not looking great for y'all today. I'm gonna be honest. Not looking great for Team 0 to 4. Team 5 to 9. Looks like the majority of you said 5 to 9 or 10 to 14. We'll see who comes out with the win on this one. All right, here we go. Let's get back into it.
Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36, and this page is 5:40.
Yes.
Okay? Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs,
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on
as Mike
Oakdale?
Lank. As Mike Lank.
Okay, and what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at
Crazy.
6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Hmm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe
assume.
to say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
Of course
You
not.
actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you've stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand, it wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house,
She don't remember going to her house. That's
drop the
crazy.
child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34 Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
And you went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you come?
You sure about that?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before
Oh my
Michael
gosh.
Lank's.
Come on, lady.
Do you remember testifying a year ago?
You're
that-
doing so good, Jennifer.
Well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Have fun, Rhonda.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
Stop the cap.
Jennifer.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
She don't recall.
Stop the cap.
Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have
to
a
shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back.
15, 20 minutes. What do y'all think about this? There's a lot in here that doesn't make sense. A lot in here that's not computing for me. Again, probably not a surprise to some of you, but I want to see what y'all's thoughts are in the chat. We can have a conversation about this because this is wild. And also, I think I'm going to go ahead and rewind back to this text message section because these text threads, I think, are going to be problematic for the Commonwealth. Karen is guilty and has motive, says Peter. All right, he's Team Commonwealth over here. Telling lies, telling sweet, not little lies, but big lies. Had to change the lyrics up a little bit. Yeah, for sure. If you didn't lie then, you shouldn't have to remember anything. If I witnessed somebody's death, that story would never change. I would not forget it. Every time she pressed, I don't remember anything else. I remember better now than when it happened. Yeah. I'm not okay with this at all. What's up, Texas Cat? What was Jen's motive? She wasn't going to go, so kill him. Doesn't make any sense. There are some incidents that happened that were very, I won't say traumatic, but very, they stick in my mind from even 3 years ago. And I remember every single thing that happened. I think most people would. Now the timestamp stuff, okay, I get that. We'll give her some grace there, but whew, this is crazy. Let me run this back real quick. We got to rewind and go back and break down these text messages again. This is insane. Oh, we might not have time to go through the whole thing though, because Attorney Jackson was on those text messages for a while. Let me see. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back and we're going to look at when these text messages are brought in, because this section of the trial is very interesting. The text messages once Carrie, once Jennifer McCabe, once Matt, they started to talk to the police. These interactions are very important. I think are going to be key moving forward for the defense. So let's see what they have to say, because this is wild.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I proceed.
So, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right. So now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wilk, is there a way to... There we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Good morning,
Any way
F-bombs.
to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
That's
McCabe,
what
do
she
you
said.
need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at that's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
They was plotting and scheming.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
Which
And
is so
this is a text that you
strange.
sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
That's such a strange
Yes,
thing to
it is.
say.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
It's a 6. It doesn't matter. We get the idea.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. 8 pages in total length. There's a big page on the bottom, 02148.
Again, I think the biggest thing to me is why were they texting all of this? Why in the world would you put all this in text message? If you're trying to get your story straight, if you're trying to figure out a timeline, get all that together, why wouldn't you either meet in person or have a phone call? Because those aren't tracked unless they're being recorded. It doesn't make any sense. And this whole situation is just odd to me. I don't know.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
At the sidebar. We're gonna skip ahead.
May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I
McCabe?
do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just
Okay.
a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was...
The judge thinks AJ is gonna
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and
Punch her in
among
the face.
yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the 4 of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore the
February
top one.
1st,
The
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Bryan?
Please.
Okay. Yes, that can come into evidence. 48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using fake statement.
and as it pertains to the witness's previous testimony
With the court's
and
permission
current
to publish,
testimony.
please.
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
And if you could orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert is, explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure.
This is the
I
one right here.
assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell him the guy never went into the house.
I can't get over this. Tell them the guy never went into the house. Matt, why did you say that? Are we getting Matt McCabe on the stand? We need an explanation. Why are you coaching them on what to tell the police?
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that
Great
as
question.
John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
You would
I think we're
directing.
all looking to find out what happened.
If you say, hey, tell your brother to come in here. That's a direction. Hey, tell them not to put pickles on my sandwich. That's a direction. Hey, tell them the guy never went in the house. Really? That's not giving direction? What are we doing here?
And so Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, right?
He said the guy is
John
insane.
never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please.
The guy is
Can you
insane.
orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell them that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that
Oh no,
referring
not
to
the
Julie Albert?
pronouns.
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who is this text from and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
These texts are crazy.
Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe
Proctor.
it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
Wow.
Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Somebody who's trying to coach
Next
someone.
text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
I want to ask y'all a question. You can let me know in the comments in the chat. Who do you think disliked Karen more? Jennifer McCabe or Carrie Roberts? Let me know.
Who's this from and who's it
I'm
to?
leaning Carrie.
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please.
I agree, Peter.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see.
James
Is that a
said
period or
everyone.
a comma between Brian and
Dang.
sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed for the phone.
Yes.
What's up,
Later, a
CG?
couple hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael.
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please.
These texts are crazy.
Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as if
Did she
just
make a group
wanted-
phone call?
Yeah, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Plotting and scheming. Yep.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie
He's-
Roberts having her
she was
interview
down
with
there
Massachusetts
singing.
State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
She was over there singing.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
They were trying to get their stories together. That's what they said.
And who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to
Crazy.
myself to Matt to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from Matt to myself to Nicole and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text.
So he had a cup on his ear up to the wall and was listening to the conversation. So he obviously didn't leave the house so he could hear and make sure she got the story right. Strange.
That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page? That you
Yes,
got?
it is.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Let me know what y'all think about this. This is wild. I still can't get over this. Let me double check and make sure we're not back yet. No, we still got some time on our break. So I want to go back through this because all this is very important. I see y'all talk about this in the chat. Obviously, Peter is in there just saying that Karen's guilty. Karen's guilty. Can we get through the trial first, please, Peter? Dang. Group calls and texts, baby. They was getting it together, says Tatum. That's a fact. Writing timelines to get their story straight is crazy. He was over there like, oh, yeah, good job. Oh, no, don't say that. No. Jesus. Carrie was just a pawn in this. I have been so confused and it just hit me, said Libby, that it seems like something happened in the house. These dog bites need to be explained, or scratches or whatever they're calling them. All right, y'all, I'm going to keep playing this for y'all. Give me 1 second here. I'll be right back.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I'd move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses, in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you
Yes,
were
of
happy
course.
about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it
Had
was
nothing to do with your
certainly
happiness?
her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then
Plotting and scheming.
you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
All right, that's enough of the flashbacks right now. Let's go ahead and fast forward to the live court proceedings. We are back. Oh, man. Some of y'all are saying Karen's innocent. The medical evidence proves it. Hilarious to tell jurors what you heard, disregard and erase from your mind. They heard what they heard. Yeah. Sometimes they just ask questions knowing that they're going to be sustained, but the jury heard it. We'll call it a subtle flaw in the system. All right, here we go. Let's get back into it. We're not going to have any delay, so we're going to be fighting through these OnlyFans breaks. Here we go.
Let's go to the session. Please be seated.
We're back. We back.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a
my goodness,
Verizon
Peter.
record
Thank
of
you.
my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. But before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records, or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls,
All
yes.
right. I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure.
Well, now she's grabbing the documents, changing things up a little bit. I like it.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again
right.
you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, at the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect? Do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then
So
I'll just
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine. Then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
Is that
that.
the nature of the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
I don't, am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you?
Yes.
wait, this one? Yes.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you.
Those.
And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had
Interesting.
spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was
And they
in your
became
house
friends.
that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
Answer the question, Jen.
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January.
So you didn't tell him that.
2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to know if she told him that or not.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall?
She didn't lie. She
telling
misremembered. All right,
Tully
guys.
that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
Object to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Boy. Shutting her down one question at a time. I don't know if the sidebar is gonna be able to save her. What number is this? Is this officially number 5? Well, 5-9. It looks like y'all are up right now. When I asked y'all how, I think you might have missed one, Amy. I think this is number 4. Or number 5, excuse me. So 42% of you said 5-9. 36% of you said 10-14. Then we have 14% of you said 15 plus. And then, yeah, the 8% of y'all that said 0-4 out of it. I think I'm team 10-14 today. We'll see. And thank you to everyone who voted too. Also, we've got 1,100 of y'all in the building. Appreciate y'all being here. Also, 900 of you have liked the video. We can get to 100% likes, y'all. Likes are free. Like the video real quick if you could, please. Let me see if I can use up a little bit of this delay. We might use all our delay. Hold on. Looks like we are out of delay. Yeah, I'm voting 10-14 because we are flying through these side bys.
Yeah. Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or
What's
Michael
up,
Proctor prior to September
Jennifer's
2023, end quote.
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's 2 thick parts.
Nope.
No, you can't.
So
my
this has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr.
What?
Do you deny, as you sit here,
AJ said
telling
nope.
Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Boy, this is tough.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th,
AJ said nope.
2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That bag.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
Y'all said, is she sweating? She might be.
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between...
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50.
50.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered,
Sorry,
correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26. Is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time.
Yeah, I don't know why she's
You also
telling him
made
to
a
move
call,
on.
moving out to the
If he didn't get the
page
answer,
before this,
I don't like it.
starting at the bottom of the page. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from
I'm
you to
starting
John
to see it
O'Keefe's
now,
phone,
y'all.
lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds.
Here we go.
There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is that
She
comports
butt
with your
dialed?
memory that there were several calls according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that
She pleads
was
butt
missed,
dial.
and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
Your Honor, the witness pleads butt dial. Man. Yo, these iPhones, they need to figure this out. A lot of butt dialing going on.
You've previously given explanation for
That's
what those
crazy.
calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Peter, she's inconsistent, man.
Divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You've previously explained
Just tell the truth, Carrie. All
those
right,
phone
Jen.
calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
Stop the cap.
I believe I called it a butt dial.
Not the
And it's not
butt
just one
dial.
butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once,
But more than once?
7
Come on.
times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the
Why
last
does
hearing,
Judge Bev sound so annoyed?
whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you
Whose chair is that?
when you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone,
7 times?
I do, yes.
and that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into the to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often?
What?
Phone calls, Mr. McCabe.
every day. Every day.
All right, then stop tripping, lady.
Not
Dang.
hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right?
Well,
Is
yes.
that right?
Yeah, AJ, you can. You can call somebody. On the iPhone, you can tap their name, and then it allows you to call them. So it's swing and a miss on that one.
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages. Phone. Right?
You can call someone from
Yes,
the phone
and maybe
app or from
I
the text message app.
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
So I'm going to approach.
Okay?
Come on, Judge Bev. Oh, she said, I believe she is. It's non-responsive. Come on now. Jeez. All right. Hey, listen. I'm at 51% with Bev. This is not a great look. She's definitely being biased right now. Said booty calls. Oh, that's funny. Why is she calling him 7 times? And how many members in her family call by butt? It seems like they're a whole booty calling mess. Alan Jackson destroys Jen McCabe in the first exchange of the day. McCabe previously testified several times that she saw Karen Reed's Lexus outside at 12:45 a.m. Jennifer McCabe has since learned that Karen Reed was already home at John O'Keefe's house and connected to his Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. This caused Jen McCabe to try and lie her way out of 12:45 time, and AJ busted her. Dang. Shout out to the OnlyFan. Why does Karen going up to sidebars? Her life's at stake, Peter. What do you want her to do? You know, sit over there sipping a margarita? These people are representing her, and she has every right to be involved in the entire process. Let me rewind a little bit. I'd be up there too. I wouldn't be over there sitting playing Candy Crush. What the? It's her defense. Also, hold on before we keep going. Shout out to Slim Life New Jersey on the PayPal with the 15 bomb. Y'all are being major super generous today. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you, Slim Life. Speaking of, my guy Peter Ortiz is in the building. Drop the 50 bomb. Major sponsor of today's show. Peter has been showing so much love, gifting memberships, dropping super chats in there, representing the Team Commonwealth in the chat as well. He says, maybe I'm premature, but so are the rest of the chat, including you. Me? Let's wait and see what the jury decides. No, I believe you're innocent until proven guilty. I preach that on this channel over and over and over and over, and I will not back down from that. So saying someone's innocent until they are proven guilty is not premature, in my opinion. And honestly, it's just the way it works. But y'all know the court of public opinion is different. That's why we're here covering this. And Peter is right in saying that we will see what the jury decides at the end. All right, let's keep it moving. Here we go. Thank y'all for the love, man. Shout out to Peter, the major sponsor of today's show, too. That's crazy, man.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
Now, AJ's ready to go.
Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Yeah, come on, Judge.
You're aware
Dang.
the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
She's not I would object. She's not a
Once that
phone
app is
expert.
open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
No. I don't like this. Hey, listen, I'm fair on both sides. AJ is wrong. Let me see. Can I? Well, I got people's names in here, so I can't show y'all. Let me see. I could do Cash App. Here we go. Y'all probably can't see this, but on the iPhone, I don't know if Android is this way, because I would never use such a despicable device. But if y'all look, and some of y'all may know this, this is a text message here, right? So if you're in the text app and then you hit this person's, you hit that person's icon on iPhone, you do have the option to call them from there. So AJ's wrong here. And as someone who does make multiple calls on iPhone throughout the day, I wish he would get off this point because it's incorrect.
Yeah.
If that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person. And
It's not true.
Call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, it generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14
Yeah, he needs to get off of this
interactions.
point.
Double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
Yeah, he needs to get off of
And
this
your
point.
testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a
not
few
saying,
questions
Libby.
about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview,
Oh, I'm sorry,
what
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened
Yeah, Stephen,
or how
you've
I
been able
went
to
about it.
So Google is a
Call
search
from
engine.
their
You-
name for a long time.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay. So it was a
House
Google
long
search
die in the cold.
using the Safari app.
Okay.
Who uses Safari?
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of
certainly
my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not
Uh-oh.
a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
and
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled.
Judge, let
I haven't gotten
these
there yet.
witnesses
We're gonna get
talk and talk.
there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they
You've
have.
been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
What?
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search,
Oh, come on,
I'd
Jennifer.
appreciate it.
Why is she doing this? Why? Why is she doing this? We have all seen House Long die in the cold.
Your Honor, we need a quick minute to find a record that I did not make over here. That's fine. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
Listen, this is to all the Commonwealth folk, all the Team Judge Bev people. If she does not handle the defense's witnesses this way, then I'm out on Judge Bev. Because she's letting these witnesses talk and talk and talk and talk. Non-responsive as I don't know what. It's 7? That's 7 sidebars already? Oh my gosh. Team 5 to 9, we might not be in the running either.
Here
we
trying
go.
not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Is somebody
Have you
screaming,
take a-
Court? I didn't hear it.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay. Take it down.
What?
That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column.
That's
What?
exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
counsel at sidebar.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Team 5 to 9, we are cooked. What the hell is going on here? What is going on? Listen, man, y'all, Commonwealth, Team Commonwealth. We're going to let it play out. But I want to see this type of tight leash when it comes to once the state rests. We're already at 8 sidebars before lunch. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't want to hear any excuses.
May I approach?
Yes.
House long to die, Nicole. We all seen it. You've been here before, Jen.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
It's at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
What? Overruled.
Was there
Stop
a
it.
search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that?
Yes.
Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay.
Good
Now let me
job.
ask you a different question.
Jeez.
You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
Good
On
job.
January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. 2 iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you, to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Here we go.
You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days
Yes or
following-
no? God.
Yes.
Ah.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Shout out to
You
Peter.
discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the
What?
testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask
Did
you
you-
to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes,
Oh
we did
my
discuss
God.
it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before.
She's
you
lied.
know you testified
Just
at
lied
the grand
again.
jury, correct?
Yes.
Oh, man.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware
Come
that
on,
at the
John.
grand jury that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Thank you. Jeez, man. Just answer the question.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
We've seen witnesses that have appeared to be telling the truth. Testimony is easy, simple, straightforward, not trying to avoid anything. This is the exact opposite of that. What is Jennifer doing? Just answer the question. Just answer the question. That's number 9. I feel bad for team 5 to 9 because it's looking like team 10 to 14. We might be winning today. Why is she doing this? Why are there so many sidebars? Why won't she answer the question? Why? I don't get it, man. She is so coach. She knows exactly when to look at the prosecutor. So in the middle of Karen's hysterics, she's going to pause and tell Jen to search something. Yeah, I was always on team 10 to 14. What are you talking about? Hey, Amy is making me look like the bad guy today. What is going on? Dang. It's garbage, man.
So
This is so
just
terrible.
one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
Like, why isn't she letting him ask questions?
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
Just answer the
You're
question.
aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
Just the two of us.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister.
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My
Coco.
sister Denise
Oh, no, it wasn't Coco.
Last name.
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Uh-oh. all my all of my Karen Reed trial 1 watchers, did Denise get called last time? Because if not, she about to get her ass up there. Oh, why'd you do that to Denise, Jennifer? Dang, let me run this back. Why'd she bring up Denise like that?
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me.
No,
She said this,
Denise
and
about to be
Carrie-
called up there.
And someone was writing it down for us.
Hopefully they
That would
coached her.
be Your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Uh-oh.
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed
Uh-oh.
this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Miss Roberts
She wrote the
several
timeline?
times about this case
Yes.
and about your perception.
Oh,
of
this is
case,
getting crazy.
correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up
Another
that
lie.
statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you.
Objection.
Correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say when there's an uncomfortable
Here comes the
question
objection.
that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you
You're
discussed
not
this with
objecting.
anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
Oh, here we go.
I
AJ,
didn't
come
count.
on.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that
Shaking her head.
the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the 3 searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
That you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning. Ms. McCabe.
So what? Karen
when
Reed grabbed her phone? Like,
you,
what are we
along
doing?
with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you
I
know
don't
his
like
name, by
this.
the way?
I believe it was Officer Sarif.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420. before we play this, I'm going to play just
Why don't we have the
like
good
a
video?
second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf?
That's smart. Smart move by him.
Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
That's a smart move for him to establish that she can hear it.
McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I couldn't hear it.
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Miss Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Miss Reed, the female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen?
I
to
can't hear
again?
it.
With the court permission, one more time.
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
I can't hear that either.
You
And I have
testified
really good ears.
on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Miss Reed, and Miss Roberts. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Miss McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Judge Bev's ready for that smoke break. Where's the first version of this video? It was so much better.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do. Yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Can you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is. No.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please.
Here's Karen.
Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Come on,
Does it appear
AJ.
in that video
It's
that
not a
you're
good
the
question.
one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
There you go. He got it in
We
there.
move to runtime 8:56. Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer, possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
What's the objection?
Can you answer that, Ms.
Answer
Reed?
the question.
Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay.
Yo, Judge Cannoni, why did she keep doing that? I wish we could have seen Jen's face when she said that. She said she called her Miss Reed again. Oh my gosh. Yo, she's about to lose some votes after this one. She keeps calling her Miss Reed. I got to run that back. Oh man. You know, Jen is like, she's going to be cursing Judge Bev's name after this one. Dang.
In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement
Oh
at
my
that time?
gosh.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay.
Why did she do that?
10:49. This will be from
That's nasty
10:49
work,
to
man.
11:55, Mr. Wolk.
Nasty, nasty work.
Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
She does look like she's over there in a rap battle. And she's painting the whole picture. Y'all see her? Look at her. That's how it went down.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them.
I feel a break coming up soon.
Mr. Holt, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lank.
Go ahead and play it.
Yeah, it's kind of blurry. To be fair. Dang.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, I wish they would show the other version of this video. And they moved Paul to the back too. I heard Paul was getting in trouble for something he was doing in
Who was
court.
most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between
I
and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
So she butt dialed and she accidentally turned around. Come on, Jen.
When you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger.
Paul is John's
You knew
brother.
that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll
So you
agree
don't
with me
recall.
that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't
Always,
say,
it's
this is my
weird to me.
friend.
Weird.
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going
"This
to
is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important
It's
identifying.
You didn't
weird.
say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say,
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
It's weird.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow
I was thinking the exact same thing. And I was just about to say that. If they knew it was a police officer, they would have probably sent 8 ambulances out there. This is weird.
Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911
Weird.
operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
Yes.
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person
It's weird.
on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Carrie Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I
But
called
Dals.
911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in
He
his
is slow
home,
cooking, Jen.
clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked the 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house.
Mm-hmm.
You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus...
Here we
Can
go.
I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Mr. King?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
Because he wasn't.
All right, jurors, luncheon break. Let's take 20, 25. Okay. Follow out behind.
Jurors, please follow me.
Yeah, I understand this.
She got cooked. She got cooked. She got cooked. She got majorly cooked. Y'all said she got barbecue chicken up in here. Oh my goodness. That last AJ, he just kept turning up the heat more and more. And man, I hate to say it, he's painting the picture. How this looks is not great. The credibility of this witness is not great. Her changing her testimony and misremembering certain things while remembering other things is not great. Y'all said she burnt. Amy says she's deflecting big time. Oh, this whole thing seems odd that they were trying to keep things quiet. They seemed nervous. They were plotting and scheming. None of this can be denied. They were having a conversation, trying to keep calm, didn't want to wake the neighbors, didn't want to cause a ruckus, didn't want to say, oh, there's a police officer here. Because they knew they would be coming. A down police officer is going to be taken way more seriously. James says she wasn't cooked. She's burnt. Something's off. I agree, Wavy. Something's off. Not adding up. Doesn't make sense. Oh, shout out to prosciutto sandwich. It says newbie here. Great commentary. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We actually have a couple super chats we want to get to. And then I think usually during the break, we cover something else. But I want to go back and rewatch that last progression because I think it was a masterful job by AJ bringing it home, winding things down right before the break and giving the jury something to think about when it comes to what role did Jen actually have in this whole thing. Now, I agree with Peter on this one. I think maybe some of the points were a little much. And I think saying, oh no, she was the main one talking to the police. She was the main one who was saying this. It does seem like she was trying to control the situation, but maybe her and Carrie were just more calm. The behavior is odd though, to say the least. We've got my guy in here, Steven G, dropping another 3-bomb. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate the love, man. Shout out to Steven, one of our international watchers over there. He's over there down under in Australia. Appreciate you, Steven G, for being here. And then Libby22 SC girl drops the 5-bomb. She says, answer my question, man. Is the bald dude a look alike to Kurt Angle? I'm not doing it, Libby. Until someone says who he looks like, I'm not going to say it. I'm sorry. Thank you, Steven. Would love to hear the attorneys in the chat as to what they think. Yeah, I wonder if Kel Bell is still watching. She's got to be in here somewhere. Oh, Amy's bringing the cake. Shout out to Amy with the cake super sticker. I could use some of that right now. Please. Please bring it over here. Man, always around lunchtime too. You never leave a victim. What do you mean by that, Peter? I totally believe the women were only involved in the cover up. I agree. I haven't seen any evidence that it was planned, but the investigators didn't investigate. So who knows? Yeah, it does seem like it was an accident. Again, there's still so much for me as a first time watcher of this trial. There still seems like there's a lot of information we haven't gotten to yet. We still haven't talked about how John died. We haven't heard that. We haven't heard the medical examiner. We haven't seen the car. There's still a lot of missing information as to what happened when John left the bar, when he got to the house, when he walked in, came back out. And there's so much that we don't know. So much that we don't know. Shout out to Amy also with the banana. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it looks like Amy's ready for lunchtime too. I'm with you on that. Kara says, ClassE, what is your opinion so far? Yeah, I think I just gave it. And thank you for the 5-bomb, Kara. My opinion is that Karen Reed is innocent. I don't think Carrie did it. I don't think that Jennifer did it. But a lot of Jennifer's story doesn't make sense. She changed a lot from her previous testimony. That group text, that group chat that they were on, not a great look. It looks like they're trying to shape the narrative. And then AJ does a great job of painting the picture, showing that, hey, they had these conversations, not only to make sure Carrie told the police a certain thing, but there was a lot going on when the police arrived at the scene with John. When the first responders were at the scene. So I think it's just my opinion. It looks like something's being covered up and I don't know who's covering it up. We've got to see some more evidence. The body was moved. Possibly. I think John went in. He got into a fight with both Bryans. They beat him up and kicked him out. They thought he left, but he passed out on their lawn looking for Karen because she left. I mean, something could have happened in the house. They got in the fight. He could have went outside, slipped, hit his head and died. And they knew maybe how it was going to look. And they're like, man. And they got lucky because Karen pulled back up or she backed out of the driveway. I don't know. It's just, there's too much that hasn't been told yet. So we got to wait. And then Penny's in here. Shout out to Penny Neal says, Isn't this obstruction of justice just because they didn't notify there was an officer involved in this accident? No, not necessarily. If there were some type of altercation, then maybe. But they're alleging that they didn't know what happened. They just knew John was laying in the snow. So the fact that he was an officer didn't play into it. Now, if there had been like a shooting or something like that, then maybe. But the dog bites on the arm need to be explained. I agree. What else did I see? Oh, we got some more. Amy, man. Oh my gosh. She's got the pie and the ice cream. Oh my goodness. Man, we might have to take a break here. See what lunchtime is looking like. Shout out to Amy with the super stickers. Yes, I absolutely do, man. Let me see what else you're saying. What if? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on because I haven't seen enough evidence to say. I've seen some strong cross-examination from the defense, and they're really shooting a lot of holes in this witness testimony. Not really Carrie's, because I think Carrie's testimony was pretty straightforward, but Jennifer's testimony, a lot of it doesn't make sense and it doesn't add up. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Amy up in here with the 15 bomb. She says, shout out to the only handsome black man on the screen. Oh my gosh. Look at her. Thank you, Amy. Shout out to the beautiful Amy E. And here with the 15 bomb. I appreciate the love. And can y'all spam Amy in the chat and show Amy some love? She does not miss the show. She's in the chat, putting in so much work here on the channel, behind the scenes. So much she does with making the show the amazing place that it is. So big shout out to the awesome, amazing Amy E up in here. I appreciate the love. I mean, I be looking all right, you know. Oh man, shout out to Amy. Also, we've got Penny in here. Shout out to Penny Neal with the 5 bomb. Says she's hype. We getting into it. We are getting into it. We have so much information we have to get into. I know there's video of the car. I've heard from the first trial. There's video of Karen Reed's car when it was inspected, and there's something going on with the video. We've got to see what actually happened to John during this time. There was blood. Karen Reed said, is this blood from my period? I don't know what's going on. So much we don't know yet. I know it's difficult for y'all because most of you have watched the first trial. So listen, I try and keep it. Just hold on. All right. We got to get to the evidence and break it down. They could not be woken because they were in the basement cleaning up. Oh, that's quite the theory. Shout out to Amy. If you had to give a vote as a juror right now, what would it be? I couldn't do it. I couldn't. If I had to give a vote right now, it would have to be not guilty to answer your question directly. But I don't know enough yet. We don't even know how the man died. You know what I'm saying? All we know is that they arrived at. Karen didn't know where he was. She got Carrie and she got Jen involved. She called them freaking out. And that's pretty much all we know. There were some conversations that took place after when there was an investigation. So as much as I wanted to come into this trial blind, not knowing what happened in the first trial, it seems like the way the prosecution is introducing these witnesses and the way that the defense is cross-examining them, it's assumed that people know or have an idea of what happened during the first trial, because I'm completely clueless, as I mentioned, because I didn't watch the first trial. So I'm like, why are they, because they're going to put the pieces together, but why are we not talking about the victim more? Why are we not talking about what happened to him, how he died, the cause of death? It seems like that would be a more natural way to go through things, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Also, shout out to my guy, Les Cleaver in here with the 10 bomb. He says, shout out to the awesome beautiful, amazing, and wonderful Amy E. Shout out to Les Cleaver for that. Absolutely. She does it all, man. She really does. This show and this channel would not be what it is without the contribution that Amy brings. So shout out to Amy. You need to look at the first trial. Nope, not doing it. But that's a lie. Okay, I lie. I am doing it. But we're going to wait until after each testimony. So yesterday and the day before yesterday, we went through and we looked at Carrie's testimony from the first trial. She did not get cross-examined during that trial. So that was pretty quick and interesting. Once Jen is done, when we have breaks like this, then we'll go back to the first trial and we'll actually look at her testimony and see how things have changed there, especially with the I hit him versus I think I hit him. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? So there's some major differences there as well. Penny says, let's talk about how biased Judge / Aunt Bev is. She's socially moved in the same circles as the Adams and the McCabes. Who's the Adams? I haven't heard the name Adam yet. Or have I? And was I not paying attention? I haven't gotten there yet. Who are the Adams? Oh, just wait. We'll get to it, says Itchy Donkey. Donkey. It's amazing what they present for the reconstruction, the juries and the injuries, and lack thereof. Are they at lunch? Yes, they are. Please just watch Proctor's testimony. We're gonna get there. Brian Adams. Let's see. Brian Adams. Who's Brian Adams? Peter says, sorry, ClassE, you're not it. What do you mean? What do you mean, Peter? So what if they beat him? What if they beat him up and kicked him out? And then he went out and died on the lawn and they were too drunk to notice. Maybe they convinced themselves it's not their fault. Yeah. Why did he have a black eye? He had a big old black eye. Yeah. I know who Brian Alberts is. Who's Brian Adams? I don't know who the Adams are. Or did you mean to type? Oh, Alberts. Oh, okay. Penny meant to type Alberts in the McCabe's. Okay. Because I was like, man, I'm missing something. If I didn't know all this, I would actually think Brian Alberts is a decent guy. He comes across that way. We'll have to see. Yeah, it's Alberts. Who said Adams? Yeah, I was saying you're good. You're good, Penny. No worries. I was like, who are the Adams? I thought I was missing something. Yes, they are at lunch right now. And I'm going to run this back. We're going to do a little bit of a rewind here. Because, let me see. I want to go. Do we have a sidebar? I want to make sure we don't have any sidebars here. I want to make this seamless. Here we go. So we'll go back to this last one. Here we go. This is a perfect spot right here. All right, let's rewind it. I think I got everybody in here. Let me double check and make sure I didn't miss anything. Because I know y'all have been showing super major support in here. Okay. I think I got everybody. Amy says, explain the stairs then, because that's interesting. I don't know about the stairs yet. I'm not there yet. Penny Neal says, I'm still in the YSL trial, I guess. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Adams over there.
There is no evidence. None.
Peter's going to lunch. Enjoy your lunch, Peter. Kara says, AJ was cooking. And here comes Bev saving the liar yet again. I don't like this, Judge Bev. I give these judges a lot of grace because I know they have a difficult job. And I know defense attorneys can get out of hand. But man, these people that they work with often being the prosecutors, it seems like they really give them way too much grace. But either way, we'll have to wait and see. All right, here we go. Let's get back into it. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second.
So Just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jones.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Is she here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, the female?
I'm not sure could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed, and Ms. Roberts. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer, possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Objection.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers, yes. I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lank.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between
I was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going
"This
to
is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say,
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. Mm-hmm. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
This is where it starts to go off
You
the
knew that
rails.
John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Carrie Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked the 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Carrie blankets, giving him compressions.
And
But then she
those
dialed 911?
phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important
Come on
phone
now.
calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
Sure.
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you
Come
knew
on,
was
man.
there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus...
Oh, here
Can
she
I
go.
finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no
Uh-oh.
concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Ms. McCabe?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, luncheon break.
All right, that was the lunch break. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know, man. AJ, it's painting the picture. It doesn't make sense. There was someone right there that could have rendered aid to John. They didn't think to go inside, knock on the door, say, hey, y'all come out here and help us. 911's on the way. Not looking great. Also, hold on a second. We got some more super chats up in here. I got to read these things and we might be back soon. Shout out to Samantha Crumbly with the 5 bomb, says, too much reasonable doubt. I agree. So far, again, I don't think there's been much evidence shown. Just a lot of eyewitness testimony and some cell phone records, some conversations between John and Karen, which don't really show anything. And they don't show a motive, in my opinion. Just that they had a weird relationship, and Karen was a little bit of a Karen. But you can hear through a lot of this animosity, a lot of this testimony, there's animosity between the defendant and pretty much everybody who's taken the stand so far. Peggy, Carrie, Jennifer. Other than that, the prosecution really hasn't shown that Karen is the one who most likely did this. Now, again, we have to get into the forensic side of things. We haven't gotten to that yet. We've heard from first responders. We've heard from cell people. It's tough, but so far I agree. Way too much reasonable doubt. Indeed. And shout out to Mary Sella in the building with the 10 bomb. She says, Amy, for always being real. Oh, hold on. Wait, why did it click? Why did it do that? Hold on a second. It went away from my super chat. There we go. Amy, for always being real and cracking me up. You two are a beautiful couple. Oh, Mary Sella, you're so sweet. Almost makes me want to get married again, but nope. First one was enough. Learned your lesson. God bless you two always. Shout out to Mary Sella for the love. Thank you for the support. And thank you for being here and interacting in the chat too. It makes it a lot more fun. Amy does such a great job of interacting and just being herself in the chat. So yeah, it's I'm lucky to have her here. I'm not gonna lie, man. Super lucky. And blessed. So shout out to Amy. Thank you for everything you do. I love and appreciate you. We've also got Shauna in the building. Shout out to Shauna with the 10 bomb. She says, sending love to you, ClassE, Amy, and my CEB family. Tomorrow is not promised, only today. Amen. Make the most of it, man. Be present, y'all. You don't know what the next day is going to bring. You never know. You absolutely never know. Be present. Be in the moment and enjoy it, man. Enjoy every experience because you absolutely never know. Mr. Tesla's in here. He said, what's up, ClassE? Heading to Vegas. You coming? Oh, man. What? You going to Vegas? What you going to be doing out there, Mr. Tesla? I actually have never been to Vegas. When are you going? Let me know what's up. Wonderfully said, Shauna. Yep, bless you. Hopefully your appointment went well, Shauna, as well. Let me see. Libby says she wants to go. She's ready to go to Vegas. That does sound like a good time. All right, it looks like we are actually perfect timing. We are back. So we're going to get back into it. If y'all could, if you haven't yet, make sure you like the video. All 1,100 of y'all that were up in here like the video. Wow. Thank you. Y'all have no idea how much that helps the channel out. And it means a lot that y'all took a second to do that. So let's go ahead and get back into it. I'm done talking up in here, singing Amy's praises, which I can't do that enough. But I appreciate y'all showing so much support. And I'll be reading the rest of the super chats throughout the show. Amy said, oh, Vegas? Oh, no. I've never been to Vegas. No, I have not. Amy said only if she's going. Only if she gets to go. I've never been to Vegas. Who in the chat has been to Vegas? Let me know.
All right, so
I just like chilling.
Counsel's 10 minutes late. As I was walking out here, was told that the Commonwealth needs to see me. Oh, hold on, Ms. Reed's not here.
Amy's been to Vegas. Penny's been to Vegas. Shauna's been to Vegas. Everybody's been to Vegas except me. Libby. South Carolinians don't be getting out like that. Amy says it's a crowded scene with smelly, sweaty humans and 304s. Good Lord, Amy. Maybe you were just in the wrong part of Vegas. I'll be honest, I have no desire to go to Vegas. I know somebody who lives out there, but I'll maybe pay him a visit.
All right, so counsel wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
Here.
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them, and I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would, and I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in,
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
okay?
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
Just to clarify, it's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer, so we're just asking them to be extended so that she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips, so there's 2 for each, 13 and clip 15.
All right. So the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point, too.
Well, then, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay.
doctrine
I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't
Okay.
think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right. Anything else?
AJ's not done.
The second issue
No.
is I should approach the side.
Okay.
Oh, this one counts. Dang. What are we at? Is that 10? What does the Honorable Attorney Kel Bell say? I've been in and out all day, but was catching up as much as I can. This is an absolute train wreck for Jen. I hope the jury understands how evasive she is and how little evidence there is against Karen. I haven't seen any evidence against Karen other than she was really, really, really upset when she found out what happened to John when John was missing. She was upset with John before they went to the bar. She was upset with John when they got to the house, and they had a really weird, rocky, toxic, well, maybe in some ways normal relationship. That's it. I don't see how any of this points to Karen yet. I haven't seen it. Amy's trip. I'm not reading that, Amy. Good Lord. What are y'all saying? Nope, AJ's not done with his cross yet, so we're still going. What else? What else did we miss? My son went to Vegas and advised me not to go in the summer. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm good. I might be good on Vegas. Let's get through this sidebar and get the jury back in here. Hey, where's the black officer, man? We need to get the one black person in Canton back in the building. What is going on here? Okay, so it looks like we're caught back up. Yeah, Amy was there for work. Amy, this is supposed to be a family show. I could not be reading these comments out loud. I'm gonna let y'all have that in the chat. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh, that's wild. We might have to go somewhere else. We could go to Mexico or something. Nikki says she has not been, but she wants to go. It's a more classy Vegas, just no casinos. Where's that, Tay? Amsterdam? Oh, I've heard Amsterdam was worse. Let's see. You have to go and see the Grand Canyon. Oh, okay. That's on the list. You can't go without your boo. I know that's right. What else are y'all saying? Stephen G says, that was it. The first thing you would do if there's a dead man in your yard, you're definitely checking on your family. Yeah, why were they trying to keep things quiet? This is strange. Very, very strange indeed. Shout out to Nick in the building, says happy Friday. Libby says read them. No, this is a family show. Amy, I don't think you needed to clarify that. But yes, that is the case. Libby said you can read them out loud. Don't encourage her, Libby. Dang. Amsterdam is not for the kids. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. Who is this lady? Why are they zooming in on her? Is she sitting next to Paul? And who are these two guys? Y'all help me out. Oh, Paul's not even in there anymore. Who is this lady? Is that is that Denise? Denise might be next. Let me see what Denise looks like. That's Jen's. Okay. Let me see if I can find the picture of her. Okay, so that is Denise. Oh, I called it. Look at her. Yeah, the cameraman knows what's up. The cameraman knows Denise is up next because we've got some new information. Carrie says that Denise saw and heard everything. Karen, man, her hair is not looking as put together. She's not looking as put together as the first trial. I'm sure this has been taxing on her. Shout out to Nick. He's been a member for 8 months. He said 8-month goal. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Shout out to the loyalty from Nick. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's Denise. Okay, cool. Cool. What's her last name though? Her last name's not McCabe. What's Denise's last name? Denise Richards O'Sullivan? Denise Karen Reed. That's Jen's sister. That's Denise. How is she allowed in the gallery if she's a witness? She's not. But after this, she might be. Also, Peggy was sitting. Peggy's been sitting in the trial. So you said her name is Denise Galvin? All right, let me see if I can find her. Galvin, County, Massachusetts. There she is. Sister of Jen McCabe. The jury's coming back in. Okay, yep, there she is. Oh, wow, she's just out there like that on Facebook? That's wild. I have a feeling the defense might call Denise. But I'm sure they prepped her. I'm sure they got her ready and set to go. That's wild, man. Oh my gosh.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
We bring Ms. McCabe in, please. Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, so AJ is done. All right, there you go. Well, for now.
Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling.
Oh, I've heard
just
Guyana
starting
is
to fall,
beautiful,
starting
Shauna.
to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you return the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have
That's
their
10
sirens on?
sidebars.
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
She's comfortable now.
You saw her on the dash cam. You spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Wren.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever, once, refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse?
Of course not. She was trying to paint the narrative.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection.
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Wren.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I didn't.
She said move on. All right.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
No, come on now.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain.
Do you think
How's he
your heart-
bringing up the
do you
Apple
think
Watch?
Your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27, the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, Were you of the same state of mind, of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection.
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home, and you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours?
She's being
you
fair.
spent with
She's
the
being a
O'Keefe
little fair.
family?
I don't remember the how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
Oh,
You
that's
weren't
so
avoiding them,
nice.
were you?
No, no.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you were asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
Okay, I was about to say, if
When
she
you went
remembers
by,
this.
You were asked
Come on
about
now.
that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by.
Yes,
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
He's going to go up there and be like, remember the script. Grip. Do you want to be a defendant? I know what you did.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
yes,
What's up, John? Thanks for joining
When
us.
you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we,
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the
Thank
records
you.
that were read to you, you went to Detective Lank's house?
Yes,
And you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
yes,
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
yes,
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
What?
I had a lot
These
of text
questions are
messages with them
insane.
on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you
That's fair.
about some of those text messages in a minute. You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes,
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether
With
or
my
not
butt.
you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer
What is this?
any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
What is
And when you
happening?
were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Bowman.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I
She said no. He asked her approach and she said no. Well, that's a first.
Reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Bowman.
Why were you reaching out to him?
She said, no, I need
I
another
was trying to
smoke
get in
break.
touch with him because
Wow.
Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days,
Yes.
and I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
This has to be really brief.
Wow. And she told him it had to be brief. What is going on? I don't know, man. How are y'all feeling about this? Bev needs to get herself some Chantix. She has selective memory. Told you she's lying. Hey, and shout out to my guy John Murphy in here. First time on the channel. Shout out to the new timer in here. He says, hi, everyone. New here. Like the vibes on this channel. Thank you for being here, John. Thanks for stopping by. What is it? Amy's got something for me. Hold on. AJ's about to go beast mode. Oh, hell no, man. Do you know if something can be done? Can they file a motion or something? Where is our wonderful attorney? Yeah, Kel Bell's out there busy saving the people. That's 11 side buys, by the way. Thank you, Kara. It looks like team 10 to 14, we might take home a win today. I've never been sick of this judge. Daddy in real life said, I've been sick of this judge. I see you. I'm going to call the judicial committee again. Shout out to Tay-Tune putting the work. Amy says, AJ is on fire today. He's not letting Aunt Bev bully and intervene when the questions start exposing lies. Sidebars all day. Bev has tried her best to protect Jen. But Alan is outsmarting her at every turn. It's a beautiful thing. Wow. Shauna is asking Kara if she's going to get her 10 to 12 today. You might. This is weird to watch because she's definitely treating both sides differently. When they ask to approach, it's always, oh, sure, honey. Oh, I'm sorry. When the prosecution asks to approach, it's okay. I see you were ambushed. She just doesn't like this defense team for whatever reason. They can file motions, but she probably will dismiss them. That's fair. That's fair. You is kind. You is smart. You is important. I told y'all she's being mad biased. Yeah. I don't like this from the judge at all. I don't like this from the judge. And again, let me see what y'all said. When I asked you how many sidebars are we having today, 6% of you said 0 to 4. Y'all lost. 16% of you said 15 plus. Y'all are hanging in there. It's possible because we still got an hour and a half left. And then it's tied at 39% each. 5 to 9, y'all lost. All right, y'all are out of there. 10 to 14 is at 39%. So y'all could possibly take home a win today. It's definitely possible. So y'all are hanging in there. Oh no, I think my AirPods might have died. Hold on, y'all. We got to recharge. Why does Bev always sound like she's annoyed being there? It's driving me crazy. She's like, yes, you can have a sidebar, but make it quick. At this point, I'm convinced Bev was also at the party. Hey, nothing surprises me at this point. Y'all know how these relationships go. And I mean, even the defense attorneys and the prosecutors, they be kicking it sometimes with the judges even. They'll be in here like this, acting like this in court, yelling at each other, cursing each other, and then be at their granddaughter's birthday party the next day, laughing it up. It's very, very interesting to say the least. Very interesting. The real killers have owned that house for generations, most likely. That's why they were removed. Also, didn't they sell the house?
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And
why is she doing this now?
What you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Instructions before reading text messages is kind of crazy.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I see you.
When
Amy,
law
I see you.
enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to
Law.
them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Lar.
Yes, I did.
I
don't know
gave
what
you
the
a
objection
document
would be
that
there.
reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
Who are you calling, lady?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks.
Look at her.
Sorry.
He's coaching her up in live in real time. That's crazy. Coaching her up
Number
in
17,
real time.
phone
This is the
call,
one.
please
Remember?
answer.
Remember what we
Who
talked
are you
about?
calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 5/15/41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 5/22/57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay. At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
No, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129/22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Carrie Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Carrie Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Yes. Sounds like it.
Let me ask you, number 160. This is 129 at 2 in that afternoon.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Do you have 160?
That's how it looks.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Carrie.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
Wow, she said no again. Look at Carrie nodded. Oh, this is weird. I don't like it. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. I'm done. This is it. Y'all mark this moment. Mark this moment. I'm out. I'm out. I can't with the Commonwealth. I'm completely free Karen Reed. We're done. This is it. I told, where's Peter at? Peter, he had to go. This is the moment that it happened. This is disgusting. Look at Carrie over there nodding her head like, yeah. Sit down. Big Mama's here now. Relax. You're not approaching today. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Come on, Judge Bev. Be fair. Why can't he approach?
129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
Look at Jen nodding her head.
Come to sideline.
That's some BS, Judge Bev. I'm done. I'm out. 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 This is disgusting. All right, I'll give her a little bit back since she, after he pleaded with her, she let him approach. But what is this? Why can't he approach? That's 11 side buys, by the way. Disgusting. Come on, Judge. Be fair.
Yeah, approach your arm.
Yes.
numbers, I won't read it. This number on top, whose number is that?
That is mine.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote?
Yes.
I don't
it
like
is.
this at all.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's completely unfair. I don't like this at all.
I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170, and this one is from Ms. Roberts to you, 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22 from you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129.22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 129.22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 129.22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208.
I can't unsee it, Peter.
Or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129.22, 342.06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 433.40, 129.22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about...
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
.213. This is on 129.22 at 438.20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
I don't like that.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 129.22, 440.38. I have been shaking since this a.m. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440.38 at 129.22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement?
Yes.
And the
More.
days that follow?
Yes.
I'm going to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Carrie talked to cops, kept it simple?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Oh, here we go.
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts,
Stop.
part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. If you turn to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07, was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248?
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
May I stand with the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy.
Peggy. Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have
Yeah, we know
spent
Peggy was in on it.
the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
at some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was.
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864. You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
Oh, Nicole.
She's texting you. News people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now. Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
We might get out of here early today.
In trying to recount for people who asked you that
I'm disappointed
morning
in her.
and over the next couple
Shauna.
days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that later.
She said, not today, Sonny.
We'll deal with that later.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Is that it for Jen?
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Where do they get all these
Correct.
saws
was-
from?
Cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and
Probably when they found out it was a police
Know
officer.
the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Carrie Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise
Cacophony.
outside of 34 Fairview?
The SAT words.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
Oh man.
You were asked about
Carrie said, I lost my man too.
34 Fairview
Shut up.
on the way to Sergeant Lank's house.
He wasn't just yours.
Examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of
He was
pages
all of
the
ours.
transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom,
Yes.
and you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
Uh-oh.
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped.
Answer the
and then
question,
I
lady.
Met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop, and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
Uh-oh. I mean, which isn't illegal, but...
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you, and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Collusion.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
What's the
To answer
objection?
that question, is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was. But I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't
Why'd she
recognize.
say, oh, yes?
And Mr.
They be
Brennan
talking crazy
read
in
you a
there.
text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Sal, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
That's it. Jen is done. That is the end of Jen. What do y'all think? How did that go so far? Yeesh. I have a lot of questions. Let me know what y'all think in the comments in the chat.
All right.
I'd like
She's
to
gonna-
play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd actually just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother.
Oh, no, we can't see.
Close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Karen did too much talking before this trial,
Two things.
in my humble opinion.
Hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Ooh,
Clip 16,
getting
please.
spicy. Who was the woman? Carrie? Who was sleeping with John?
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
That's tough.
Finally, clip 17, please.
All right, hold that, please.
We got another side by. That's 13. That's 13. Dang, this is This has been a tough day for Boss, and we're all caught up. No delay. Here we go.
Your Honor, call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Y'all gonna tell me who this is? Y'all gonna tell me who Anna is? It is 3 o'clock. 3 minutes past 3 over here, Steven. So we got about an hour. Yeah, I know she needed the money, Penny, but still. Whoosh. Hope it was worth it. I think she could have raised enough money.
Testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007. And have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchase the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests?
Is that Yannetti talking, y'all?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The
that wouldn't be
Massachusetts State
Yannetti,
Police
'cause
Crime
the
Lab is currently accredited
prosecution's
by
going
the
first.
American
Who is that?
National Standards Institute, National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic
I wonder if she's
science?
related to Beyonce.
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at
Oh, Jesus.
drugs and
I'm
alcohol
not going to make it, guys.
in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or
Oh, geez, I can't. Man.
And
I'm not
that
gonna
is
make it.
typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic.
One of the things I learned, like just from being on YouTube and from taking public speaking and learning how to speak in front of people, like just pause. And I use the word like a lot. It really bothers me. Y'all have heard me use it twice just since I started talking. Pause, take a second, relax, think about it. No pressure. The ums are unnecessary. Me stopping this to complain about it was unnecessary too, but it's my channel, dang it. Yeah, I'm gone.
Beverages. It's what's
I'm out on this
present in those
testimony. Y'all have
types
fun.
of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual, and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present
She's a
depending
professional.
on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
I'm about to press the button, guys.
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
I don't know if I'm gonna make it, Libby.
Yes.
It's one of my biggest pet peeves
I'm showing you
in the entire universe.
document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes. Sure.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. It's the 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Miss Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that
Harry
correct?
says Miss Knowles.
Yes.
I think of Beyonce.
Now, turning your attention to
probably just me, though.
retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
He said
Sure.
retrograde.
A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers, where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range, and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
Brutal.
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and then
That makes sense.
after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable, linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
8 ums in the last answer?
so-
Dang.
Alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase, and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing, it's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
She said 11 times.
The range that's
Shout out to
provided as
Slim
part of
Light.
these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how
a great
you performed
point.
Prior retrograde extrapolation
And
analysis?
she said they would
in
have
other
to do it
cases?
with an
Yes, I
initial
did.
sample.
And
They would have to verify the
What
initial sample.
time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
Great question, EP.
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Unity?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab, you mentioned
All right, there he
is
is.
an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure,
Good job,
or
guys.
you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate.
And that's what we mentioned earlier.
Of the results
Where did they
that
get
my calculations
the initial sample from?
Were based on. My calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And
Oh,
Ms.
great.
Rowley,
She's
you're
coming
done?
back on Monday.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So,
Oh, look at her yawning.
all right, jurors, that's it for us for this week.
Oh, she yawned. Come on,
I'll
man.
have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day.
Let's go.
Don't expect as long as that in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions: please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into
Other
this
than
case.
watching this channel.
If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good weekend.
There it is. I don't think we're done yet.
And I will see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, they're taking a sidebar. Does that count? It counts. I think that was that 14 or 13? Y'all gotta let me know. Was it 14 or 13? Because I think team 10 to 14 might win it if that's number 14. Let's wait and see. See what the sidebar holds. Let me see. What are y'all saying? Is it 14? Let me read some of these super chats and then we'll get to that. By the way, shout out to, hold on, let me find it. Shout out to Shauna over on that Cash App. Just dropped a 50 bomb, said take AB out for ice cream. Oh my goodness. Done. Shout out to Shauna showing major love. I appreciate you so much. Oh yeah, y'all, Amy was in there rapping. What does Peter say with the 2 bomb? He says Amy did a rap using shout out to Amy. She does it all, man. Also Shauna with another one in here with the 5 bomb says Amy drop that beat and go. Slim Life New Jersey says she said 50-11 times with the 2-bomb. This lady, oh man, that was tough, and we got to hear it again on Monday. I don't know, y'all. We might have to start maybe a little later on Monday, so we can skip through some stuff, because I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Also, Samantha Crumbly in the building with the 20 bomb says put the ums on the counter and send it to her for performances improvement. Wow. Be part of the solution. This is brutal. Absolutely brutal. That's one of the most ums I've seen from a witness. Good Lord. How many are we at? Let's see. Is it 13? Where'd Amy go? I think the last number I saw from her was 13. So I think that might be number 14. Oh, she's over there writing lyrics. Here we go. What does Amy say? Freestyling off the top. Brain doing gymnastics, but I hit that blank spot. Oops, that's a classic. Okay. Still, I bounce back with the smoothest rhymes. Even when I hesitate, it's still I'm still on time. It's a vibe. It's a sound. It's the break. It's the beat. It's the space in the rap where my heart skips a beat. A little stutter don't mean I ain't fly. Even legends got to think before they reach for the sky. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the one with the rhythm and flow, but it seems I paused. Let the show. Shout out to Amy. She's not done yet. Thoughts in my head moving fast or slow. If I stall for a second, just know I'm still glow. That's it right there. Shout out to Amy. She does it all. She was over there. That pen was making smoke over. I don't know if we're going to come back after the sidebar. Should we wait? I don't think there's going to be anything crazy. ClassE going to end up saying and not even know it. Oh, dang, you think I'm going to be negatively influenced by this lady? No. I've been working on it for too long with the so I'll pause before I say I'm still working on the likes, but I'll get there. All right. I think we're going to end it there, y'all. Shout out to the gang. Thank you to everyone for the major support today. You know, we're going to be back here on Monday. So if you haven't yet subscribed, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live or drop a new video. Make sure when you hit the notification bell too, that you click that little bell and select all so you can catch all the videos, all the live streams. We're going to be live again later tonight. Speaking of raps, listening to some dope music from some of the artists in the community. So if you're into that, make sure you stop by Song of the Night Live tonight right here on the ClassE Beats YouTube channel and over on the Song of the Night Live YouTube channel. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to the sponsors of today's show, Shauna and Peter Ortiz, going absolutely insane. I appreciate y'all. You know what to do. Hope y'all have a great rest of your evening if I don't see you on the live stream tonight. And as always, have a great day and have a great weekend tomorrow. Keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We gone. Peace.